President Trump is about to deliver his second official State of the Union address in just a half an hour, live here at the United States Capitol. It comes as the president fights with Congress over funding for a border wall, and in the aftermath of the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. The president is threatening another shutdown if he doesn't get his wall. We'll bring you live coverage of the speech and of the Democratic response, delivered tonight by former Georgia gubernatorial candidate Stacey Abrams. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm joined by Rhonda Colvin of The Washington Post. We're live in Statuary Hall, just yards away from where lawmakers are already gathering to hear the president's remarks in less than a half an hour's time. And you'll be seeing lawmakers come behind us. We just saw Speaker Pelosi walk by, dressed all in white. Rhonda, this is a symbol of the suffrage movement, but also a lot of Democratic House women are the ones wearing white tonight. It will make a stark and powerful image as the cameras sweep the hall tonight, as they sweep the chamber. All eyes are going to be on Nancy Pelosi. Speaker Pelosi will be standing right behind President Trump, along with the Vice President Mike Pence, and she's a symbol of the Democratic resistance as well as the power that Democrats now have here in Congress.
That's right, Libby. As you said, this is going to be a symbol of her power. Of course, getting to this moment has taken a while. We had, the shutdown. We had an invite for the president to come here, then a disinvite by Pelosi. And so just, a week and a half ago, we didn't even know if the State of the Union would be happening as soon as it did. But we are here tonight, and I think everybody's going to be looking at Nancy Pelosi. We're going to be able to see her over the president's shoulder, so I'm sure everyone is going to look at the body language. They're going to, see is she clapping along or nodding her head, or maybe see if there's tense moments between the two. So that, of course, is going to be something that people are going to talk about tomorrow morning.
Speaking of over the shoulder, you may be seeing lawmakers come through here because a lot of people are crossing through Statuary Hall to get into the House chamber. We just saw two Supreme Court justices, Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh, make their way through. We were all wondering if Brett Kavanaugh would be here tonight. Getting those two men on the court is something that the president believes is one of his biggest accomplishments. So we'll be seeing some call-outs tonight of things that the president believes he has accomplished during his time. And we are hearing that he might talk about some bipartisan agenda items. Those will be the moments to see if the speaker and Democrats get on board. But immigration and the fight over the border wall will certainly be a big theme tonight, both in what the president says and in the way he is received in this room.
Right, that's what the shutdown was about, and that is what currently a bipartisan appropriations committee is currently negotiating. They're trying to make sure that another shutdown does not happen next week. February 15th is that deadline. So, of course, the shutdown, the last one and possibly another one, is lingering ahead in this speech tonight. And I want to invite our guests that we have right now. We have our White House reporter, Sungmin Kim. Sungmin, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, what are you looking for tonight? Are there any key moments that you think the White House has prepared for Trump to go over or highlight?
Well, there's clearly a lot of bipartisan themes and tones that are being prepared for the address tonight. There are some speech excerpts that were just released by the White House a few minutes ago, and he talks about how he doesn't believe there's a Republican agenda or a Democratic agenda. There's only the people's agenda. So he's really trying to strike that tone of comedy, of bipartisanship, but everything is overshadowed by the fact that there is this very tense immigration fight on the Hill, and a shutdown is looming over us in just a matter of 10 days or so. So the lawmakers will be watching really closely for what he specifically says about immigration, because that is the current that is the current battle right now. We don't expect him to say he will declare a national emergency should Congress fail to come to a deal, but the tone that he strikes and what he says and what kind of, basically what kind of olive branch he extends to Democrats, for example, on that issue will be very closely watched.
Now, the theme that the White House has chosen for this State of the Union address is a theme of greatness. He wants choosing greatness, I believe, is the name of the theme that they have chosen. Is he able to strike any sort of chord with Congress right now? It's a tense crowd. It's a tough crowd to come in front of at this moment for him. Do you think the White House has prepared him to sort of come in a bipartisan manner?
I think there are moments in the speech that we've seen the excerpts of where we do expect to get bipartisan applause. I mean, some of the excerpts that we saw earlier has the example of the has the example of a criminal justice reform, which we know was a very major accomplishment for the Trump administration. I would expect that to get, I would expect that to get applause from the chamber. But at the same time, you're looking at, again, this immigration fight that's going to overshadow everything. I would really be interested in seeing what the reaction is from the crowd when the president, or if the president announces perhaps the location for a second summit with the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. I mean, we've seen how he's touted what he called the success of the first summit. There's been a lot of skepticism on Capitol Hill as to how successful that first summit was. But so it'd be really interesting to see the congressional reaction for that.
Rhonda and Sungmin, I just wanted to mention, if you're hearing a lot of buzz in the hall, it's because half the Senate basically is streaming through the chamber. We saw the vice president come through. We're seeing leading members of the cabinet come through as well. So you're also hearing the click of the cameras. There are some bipartisan moments, though. We just saw some Democrats and Republicans walking side by side, and those optics can't be taken for granted, because when you do see a Democratic senator walking right next to a Republican senator, as we just saw Lisa Murkowski with a Democrat, I see some more here. Senator Blumenthal, Senator Daines, one Democrat, one Republican. It is sending some kind of a message, Sungmin, an attempt at least.
It is, and several years ago, there did try this bipartisan seating where Republicans and Democrats did try to sit next to each other during the State of the Union. That practice has fallen a little bit by the wayside, but it is nice to see this bipartisan walking that we're seeing from senators here right now.
And it's the entire Senate that's basically streaming through. The way the Capitol is set up, the Senate's on that side, the House is on this side, and so the Senate is streaming over to take their seats in the chamber. Now, when we actually see them seated, however, there will be Democratic areas, largely Republican areas. We'll see if there are bipartisan efforts to sit in more of a mixed party way, Sungmin.
Yeah, there probably won't be. I mean, if you figure Senator Joe Manchin is probably one of the most likely to sit alongside Republicans. He sat in the Democratic corner last year. So we expect the seating to be pretty split, and the reaction is pretty split as well.
Sungmin, thank you so much for joining us. We will let you go ahead and get back to work. Thank you.
So as we saw Supreme Court justices come through, we saw the vice president come through. This really is a night for Washington's political class to gather for the president. And these questions of just how bipartisan the message will be, a lot of it, Rhonda, is going to be in how it's received by the audience, by the people who are standing right behind us. And we'll also be watching very closely some of the 2020 presidential candidates, some of whom you're seeing come through right now, because just how you react, that poker face, whether you stand, whether you applaud, does have implications. And so that's also part of the drama tonight.
Absolutely. And it also, for the 2020 hopefuls, the guests that they bring, that's important as well. Each member of Congress is able to invite someone to come with them. I know for Kamala Harris, she is bringing someone who was affected by the shutdown. So that's also something key to watch as well.
The guests are important both for the President and the First Lady. They're also very important this year, it certainly seems, for, as you mentioned, other members of Congress and the Senate. You can see here the Speaker of the House and the Vice President. As Speaker Pelosi was walking past us, a question was thrown at her by a reporter about what to expect tonight from the president's speech, and she said something to the effect of, like, the House will be in order. I mean, this is her house. It's also the people's house, and it is her job to run the show here tonight. The president is here at the invitation of Congress, and we wondered when the initial invitation was rescinded because of the shutdown, if he would choose to have a State of the Union someplace else. But
there was talk of that,
absolutely,
of course, yes.
and people in the White House were debating and discussing that. But there is something powerful about the optics of being in this chamber, surrounded by all the lawmakers, and having the eyes of the American public, by the millions, watching what you have to say, and have that sort of pomp and circumstance experience.
Right, and you have members of all level of government as well, the judicial branch. You have cabinet members here, so it's always interesting with the State of the Union to see all of those people in one place.
You see some of the freshman members of Congress, Ilhan Omar and Rashid Tlaib. The presence of so many women, the most diverse Congress on record, will be something that will be hard to miss as the cameras pan the room as we watch for the reactions. There is a tradition of standing on the aisle to have a moment to shake the president's hand as he comes in.
Right.
I'm curious to see which Republicans have chosen to make that effort. Democrats are not extending that extra effort this year because they obviously there's so much tension between the Democrats and President Trump in particular. They are thinking very, very, very carefully about who their guests are tonight, how they receive the President of the United States.
Absolutely. And we've just seen a new senator, Senator Mitt Romney. We're also seeing shots of Cory Booker, who this week announced his run for the presidency. So you do see a lot of mingling going on right now. It does look quite bipartisan. It does look like many people are reaching across the aisle to their colleagues and shaking hands. And right now, if you read the room, it does look like everyone is comfortable to be there. You're not quite reading that tension just yet. But I do want to...
Give it time.
Yes, it's still very, very early in the evening.
And President Trump is now in the car in the motorcade heading down. It's a very short trip down Pennsylvania Avenue, but a very symbolic trip as well. We'd like to welcome James Hohmann now, author of The Daily 202 and national political correspondent. You can see there the shot of President Trump in the motorcade as it begins to pull away from the White House. James, you wrote in The Daily 202 today an opening that compared two of the guests here tonight, two children who are here as guests with very different personal life stories. Tell us about that.
I actually just ran into one of them a minute ago. I was talking to Jeff Merkley, the Oregon Democratic Senator. He's brought an 11-year-old girl from Guatemala whose family came here seeking asylum last summer. She was separated from her mother for 2 months as part of the administration's family separation policy. Simultaneously, the president also bringing Joshua Trump, also 11, a 6th grader from Delaware. He has faced bullying because of his last name. His parents have homeschooled him. They've readmitted him into school because of the experience. It's sort of part of the First Lady's anti-bullying initiative, which might feel ironic to some. But what it shows is kind of how seriously people take their choices of guests. And one of the things you see off camera is a lot of these senators have brought guests that they've chosen carefully. A lot of the 2020 Democrats have come into, we see Elizabeth Warren right there. Elizabeth Warren brought in a labor activist who works at the Housing and Urban Development Department in Boston who was furloughed during the government shutdown. So people kind of being very thoughtful and strategic about who they bring in with the goal of sort of appealing to a constituency or highlighting an issue that might help them politically. And that's a pretty new thing. You know, since the 1980s, since Ronald Reagan, presidents have had guests and highlighted them, but it's new for everyone, and especially for the kind of the presidential candidates in waiting, to make such a big deal about who they're bringing.
The president's guests sit up with the First Lady, and oftentimes the president, whoever that is, will give a call out. We saw President Obama do this. We've seen President Trump do it as well. Refer to the guests, give them a moment of the spotlight, but also then use them in the speech to make some point. What do you expect to see done tonight?
Yeah, so there's a lot of guests that the president is bringing, and what we're hearing from the White House is that they want to emphasize areas where they can get common ground. Now, that's not going to necessarily mean touchy-feely, we can all be kumbaya, but the president is going to talk a lot tonight about passing the First Step Act, which passed overwhelmingly in December, bipartisan big bill that really affects the criminal justice system, the biggest overhaul of the criminal justice system in a quarter of a century. It was overshadowed because the government shut down 6 hours after he signed it into law, but one of the people in the president's box is someone who is directly benefiting, released from prison as a result of that law. Thousands of nonviolent drug offenders are getting a second chance because of that law, which a lot of basically every 2020 Democratic candidate voted for. And so I think the president's going to hold that up as an example of, hey, we did that on criminal justice. Why don't we do something on prescription drug prices next year? Come on, Democrats, don't just oppose me for the sake of opposing me, but you may hate me on a lot of stuff, but let's do something like that. And I think the White House thinks that if the president can project that, he can win over some of the independents who were alienated by his mishandling of what ended up being a 35-day government shutdown.
I mean, how can that not be the elephant in the room? It's certainly something the president will address. It's something that, as you point out, Democratic lawmakers are addressing by the guests they're bringing to the State of the Union. But the president's message on immigration can take a couple of different paths. And we know that Stephen Miller, who's the hard right member of this speechwriting team, has had a big hand in writing this speech. So how is that message going to be balanced out with this bipartisan call?
Yeah, there's a difference between rhetoric and reality. So I think there's going to be a lot of rhetoric that will sort of just not have the same credibility it would have had 2 years ago when the president delivered it. He had a lunch today, an off-the-record lunch with network anchors, which we can talk about because the Washington Post wasn't invited to that lunch. But people in the room tell us that, you know, he kind of made fun of Democrats. He had a lot of harsh words for Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer, and didn't sound like someone who was sincere about kind of his message of unity that we're going to hear. And so the challenge is kind of making it seem like he actually means what he's talking about.
One thing that struck me is the list of people that Speaker Pelosi is bringing. I mean, it runs the gamut of different policy issues. She has members of the military who are transgender. She has, I believe, a Parkland survivor, the Parkland shooting, which I think there'll be a 1-month anniversary soon of that. She has Jose Andres and another chef as well from the Bay Area. What do that list of Speaker Pelosi's guests, what does that say to you?
Yeah, I think Nancy Pelosi is trying to set up a clear contrast. I think her, we saw her wearing suffragette white a minute ago. This is her house. She's the speaker. She faced a serious challenge. I think she's in many ways better positioned than ever before. Her approval rating actually went up during the shutdown. And John Favreau, who was Barack Obama's chief speechwriter, wrote 2 or 3 of these States of the Union. He said, Nancy Pelosi is a Prada bag with a knife in it, personified. She's proven herself. She's coming into this incredibly effective, feared by Republicans. One of the most effective leaders of the time, and I think she's trying to show her base. I'm going to continue to be a fighter. They had a private meeting a couple weeks ago, a House Democratic meeting in the basement here, and Pelosi told all the members, pick guests to bring that make it look like you're a fighter. That was the word she used several times in that private meeting. Be a fighter. What are you fighting for? So I think the speaker's guests show, I'm fighting for all those different things. I'm fighting for labor. I'm fighting for the Dreamers. I'm fighting for Puerto Rico, which is Jose Andres' big issue, and that's. She's in the minority still. She may be speaker, but Donald Trump ultimately is president, and I think they're trying to just convey Washington may be gridlocked, dysfunctional. We can't get anything done here, but I'm going to keep fighting.
Rhonda and James, let's go back in time to a year ago in the State of the Union. Often there's a lot of big pronouncements made, a lot of goals and dreams put out there. But where do they go? And one of the few bipartisan issues the president was really pushing last year was infrastructure spending. But it relied on states coughing up the money, private industry coughing up the money. It went nowhere. Infrastructure Week has become almost a joke here in Washington because it seems like it's like what the White House goes to every time there's a controversy. Are we going to see infrastructure come up as an issue? And does that have any weight anymore?
Yeah, so Trump is going to mention infrastructure. He's going to call for it again. I think he might stop short of saying the $1.5 trillion price tag, which is what he threw out a year ago. Obviously, that didn't happen. One of the things someone in the White House told me is that the president really likes the State of the Union. He's a disruptor, but he likes the tradition. He likes the pomp and circumstance. He likes coming in. This is going to be the biggest audience that he gets of the year. And so for White House aides who are policy-minded and trying to advance their agenda, this State of the Union drafting process is the rare opportunity to get the president to really focus on policy, to say, what is your agenda going to be? Like, what are we going to try to push for? And last year, Trump really did see infrastructure. Remember, he's a developer by background. He saw that as something that he could put points on the board. He actually ran into trouble more from Republicans who didn't want to run up the deficit than Democrats on infrastructure. And then, frankly, the president sort of lost interest because infrastructure is not kind of the hot topic, like some of the cultural issues that the president likes to talk about. It doesn't get a lot of airtime on the president's favorite morning shows. And so he sort of has stopped talking about infrastructure and he's lacked the message discipline. So I wouldn't be surprised that it'll account for a section in tonight's speech, but I wouldn't count on it sort of moving to the top of the agenda, especially, there's going to be a hearing here on the House side tomorrow about forcing the president to release his tax returns tomorrow afternoon. And that's the kind of thing that the Democrats have every prerogative to do. In fact, they have a mandate to do that. But the more they do that kind of oversight, the harder it is to partner with the White House on something like infrastructure.
Absolutely. We're waiting for the president's speech to start in just a short amount of time. After the speech, we'll be back live. We'll be talking with members of Congress, members of the House and Senate. We'll also hear from Stacey Abrams. I'd love to hear from both of you what you're going to be listening for from Stacey Abrams, who, even though she lost her bid to become the governor of Georgia, has really motivated and energized a lot of the Democratic base. And we do expect to hear a message, a positive message, but also some digs at President Trump tonight. What will you be listening for, Rhonda?
It's not only what she will be saying tonight, but I'm really interested in what's going to be the headlines about her speech tomorrow morning. Because people often talk about, the curse of the State of the Union response. And a lot of times the people that receive that honor are people who are rising stars, and it's really risky. They're putting themselves out there in front of a world stage, and they're going to be evaluated. They're going to be analyzed. So I'm really interested to see what people will say about Stacey Abrams tomorrow morning. I think she, of course, was a strong candidate in her home state of Georgia. She was very popular there. I think she created a lot of excitement as well. So it'll be interesting if that excitement can, expand outside of Georgia, and Americans who are not familiar with her will be able to get to know her tonight.
So you see there, this is the box where the first family sits. We're looking at images. We saw Tiffany Trump there, Ivanka Trump, and Jared Kushner. And the gentleman you just saw seated was a survivor of the synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh, also a Holocaust survivor, someone that the President and the First Lady have invited tonight, a strong symbol of what the country has been through in the past year. James, going back to Stacey Abrams, for you, the first time an African-American woman will be making an address, the Democratic response to the President's speech. Yeah. How powerful is that?
Yeah, well, Stacey Abrams gets under the president's skin. He said some pretty nasty things about her when he campaigned in Georgia in the fall. I watched them firsthand. Stacey Abrams is going to run for something. That's the question is what? She's told
maybe
donors,
we'll find out about a month or so?
I think we will. She said
March?
that she'll decide by the end of March. I think she's leaning, I heard 50-50 from someone who's spoken with her, but she's leaning toward running for Senate against David Perdue, who actually just walked by a minute ago. Stacey Abrams is not going to be here in the chamber tonight. But I think Abrams will talk about voting rights, and that really is one of the defining issues of our time. It's not something I'm pretty sure the president, in fact, I'm certain the president will not talk about that from the podium tonight, and that was the big issue of her campaign. She still has never actually conceded the Georgia governor's race because she says that there was election kind of wrongdoing. Her opponent was the Republican Secretary of State, who's now the governor, and so I think you'll see her talk about that. But Rhonda's absolutely right. The problem is these speeches do sort of end up being defined by the one gaffe or the mistake, the water. The other thing that a lot of Democrats are talking about, and surprisingly a lot of people are angry about on the left, is Bernie Sanders is giving his own response that he's going to live stream after Stacey Abrams' speech. He did that the last 2 years. It's Bernie being Bernie. No one really thought it was a big deal. But now there is a lot of frustration among people here that he's sort of stepping on her toes.
Yeah, the optics of an older white man having to see his speech is important when the Democrats have spoken and said, let's have this younger African-American woman give the speech.
Absolutely.
Now, Kamala Harris did a pre-speech speech.
Right.
She didn't get quite the same level of criticism.
Right.
And then we also will see a Spanish version of an address given by Javier Becerra, the Attorney General of California. But that Bernie Sanders decision, and it does give us a sense of how the politics of 2020 are already affecting the Congress, the White House, and how some of these senators are comporting themselves.
Absolutely, and I know there will be a lot of clips tomorrow of what reactions 2020 hopefuls give while they're hearing this speech.
I mean, you've got to be thinking you're practicing your poker face or your response face in the mirror with your staff to make sure that you give the right look when the president says something you absolutely don't agree with.
Don't
James.
clap at the wrong time.
Right. Don't clap at the wrong time. James, how powerful is it to you to see this image of the Vice President Mike Pence and the House Speaker Nancy Pelosi standing there together?
I mean, so when the president comes in, just by custom, he's going to have to say it. He's going to say, Madam Speaker, and you should expect the crowd will go nuts because it's going to be a lot of Democrats in that audience and a lot in the observation area that aren't going to get a lot of chances to applaud the president tonight. So when he says, Madam Speaker, watch for a big applause. She's obviously been Speaker before. She's the first person to lose the gavel and then get it back since Sam Rayburn. From Texas. One of the buildings here is called the Rayburn House Building. Pelosi's absolutely a historic figure, and I think it's meaningful for a lot of people because it's not just Nancy Pelosi. She's Speaker in part because so many young, new women got elected to Congress. Many of them have been walking in behind us. We spend a lot of time talking about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the youngest member now of the House in history, but there are a lot of really kind of, I think, future rock stars in the Democratic Party that right now people still haven't heard of. They're new, and they're in the chamber tonight. For them, this is their first State of the Union that they're attending, and I think in some ways Nancy Pelosi is an older figure. She's been in Congress since the mid-1980s. But in other ways, this is really kind of a changing of the guard State of the Union. When you look around that room, when we go to the wide shot, you really see just a lot of people who haven't been there before. This is a first. Even Mitt Romney, who's not new to us and people watching at home, but this is Mitt Romney's first time watching a State of the Union. There's kind of a lot of turnover, a lot of fresh blood. And will be interesting to see how that changes the dynamic too. Because even frankly, for a lot of people like Mitt Romney, who came pretty close to the presidency 6 years ago, it is kind of the pomp and circumstance, the grandeur of the moment. This is kind of something special even for someone like him.
We can hear the applause from inside the chamber, even out here as the Supreme Court comes in. You won't see all the justices. That is not atypical. We only saw about half of them show up last year, but really fascinating to see Justice Kavanaugh here, such a controversial figure during his nomination process. I mentioned earlier, it's a real success story in President Trump's book and in Republicans' eyes, but Democrats, and the country were so torn and torn in half by that nomination process. And so there he is with Neil Gorsuch, one of the president's other accomplishments, getting him to the court. You see the Chief Justice there, as well as Elena Kagan. Ruth Bader Ginsburg, not a surprise that she's not here. Right. There has been a question of her health as she's been recovering from cancer, but she was, it was reported by the Washington Post, out and about last night at an event. But she hasn't come, she didn't come last year, so it's not a surprise that she's not here.
It's not. It's not a surprise. It is interesting. I mean, it used to, for a while, a lot of the justices were coming. Famously in the 2010 State of the Union, Barack Obama was criticizing the Citizens United campaign finance decision, and on camera Sam Alito was there, and he said not true.
Last time he came, he did not come after that.
He's not there tonight, even with a Republican president. And so it is an awkward dynamic for a lot of those guys in the front row. You see the military brass also sitting. President Trump's going to say a lot about the military, and it's sort of a weird protocol for them because you can applaud the troops, but you can't be seen as applauding the agenda. That's part of what makes America great, is that we have a civilian military relationship that is independent. And so it will be interesting to watch how the president talks about Kavanaugh. Obviously, his base appreciates it, but something that divided the country. If you're kind of running on unity and you're delivering a unity message, it's hard to sort of hold up Brett Kavanaugh as an avatar of that by any stretch.
Rhonda, as James is saying, it really is a different reaction that we expect of the Supreme Court justices as they watch. And the cabinet secretaries, however, are political by nature. They will cheer. They will applaud.
Absolutely.
We do know who the designated survivor is now, because that is a significant thing, right?
Right. It's Rick Perry.
So he's off campus.
Yes, off campus. And we're now seeing the First Lady arrive, and she is arriving to applause, which is pretty standard.
And you see there the women in white. This is the suffragette white in honor of the suffrage movement, but also really it's Democratic women who are wearing the white by and large. I haven't seen any others, and I did see Tiffany Trump wearing white, but I haven't seen any other lawmakers who are not Democratic. House members, I haven't caught any senators wearing it yet. There may certainly be some. It is a symbol, though, of this new Democratic presence.
Absolutely.
James, presidents often go on tour after the State of the Union. They kick off their agenda right here tonight, and then they hit the road to make it happen. We have not heard that President Trump plans to do that. Now, there are a couple complicating factors. One, the government shutdown, which could happen in 10 days. But he didn't seem to have a yen to do that last year either.
Yeah, I mean, the world has changed, and it really is a reflection of it. This is, like I said, this is going to be the president's biggest audience of 2019, so it matters. The president knows that. He has the gravitas and the authority of this platform, this bully pulpit. But he doesn't. Mike Pence will be on the road tomorrow. Mike Pence is going to Virginia to sort of echo some of the themes that we're going to hear from the president tonight. Trump has Twitter. He has, 100. He doesn't need to go fly to Ohio to kind of amplify his message. He'll be able to, if he's disciplined about it, which sometimes it feels like the president's breaking into prison. He can nail the dismount on a speech like tonight, and then tomorrow he'll go back to sort of breaking with whatever theme he carefully trots out tonight. But he doesn't have the same need to have rallies that he used to. And you're right. I think the optics. He was very happy to be in Florida. I can tell you that. He went golfing on Saturday with Jack Nicklaus and Tiger Woods. I think he wants to go back to Florida this weekend for some more golf. He was away for an extended period of time. But you're right. The shutdown is hanging over this. The national emergency declaration, which he's not going to make tonight, but he's still kind of continuing to threaten to make, and that hangs over the proceedings. So it does make it a little hard to go have the big campaign-style rallies that the president, frankly, really does enjoy. It's not that he doesn't like being out there with huge crowds.
we're now seeing the cabinet members come through the aisleway. James, of course, some of the cabinet members from last State of the Union are not here. There's been a lot of change-ups in this administration's cabinet. Specifically, and one we might find out later this week, is the vote for Attorney General. That is taking place by the Judiciary Committee in the Senate on Thursday. Do you have any thoughts of how that is going? Do you think that that will be a smooth vote for William Barr to become the next Attorney General?
Barr will get confirmed. He has not committed to release the Mueller report. He has been kind of wishy-washy about that, given himself a lot of wiggle room. Basically said, I'm not going to release anything about people who aren't being indicted. So I think you'll end up seeing a party line vote there. But he was George H.W. Bush's Attorney General, so he's been there before. That's Matt Whitaker on screen right now, the acting Attorney General. It's also not clear what role he'll have.
We'll see him before
Barr
Congress
confirms.
on Friday,
and that's good poll there.
We'll see how that goes.
But you make a great point, Rhonda, about the turnover, and I think it would be fun to look at a picture from last year and a picture from tonight, because it's not it's like half the cabinet is gone. Ryan Zinke, the Interior Secretary Scott Pruitt, the EPA administrator. There's a kind of the big names and sort of names we've forgotten, but there's really a lot of turnover in this administration.
And there are a lot who are serving in an acting capacity right now.
Jim Mattis will be there. He was there last year.
That's a great point. And this acting role, it may seem to fit the bill for a time period, but we are hearing grumblings from Republicans that they are concerned and frustrated by this acting title that many in the cabinet have.
That's such a good point, because what we should say, kind of big picture, just like a little higher altitude about tonight, is the president, when he appeared the last two times, this is his third address to the country from Congress, he had unified control. So obviously Nancy Pelosi behind him, that's different, but Republicans were a lot more afraid of him than they are now. And what you've seen are, kind of baby steps, but more willingness by Republicans to challenge the president. You saw it last week when they voted overwhelmingly for a resolution to say that troops shouldn't be pulled out of Syria or Afghanistan. And so the president's talking to kind of, they're going to cheer him and applaud him. But to your point about the acting administrator, what that really is a power play. That's the executive saying, I don't want the legislative branch to confirm the people that I'm picking, which is one of the core constitutional responsibilities of the Senate. And instead, Trump's saying, I like keeping people acting because then I can get rid of them at any time. I have control of them. They're not going to be too independent because they want the permanent job. And you're absolutely right. There's a lot of the old bulls in there, the folks who've been around for a long time, who feel very threatened by that, who feel like that's Trump kind of treading on their turf. And one of the big questions of 2019 is, will Republicans be more forceful in asserting themselves?
Rhonda, foreign policy, something we haven't talked much about tonight, but we heard from Sung-Min Kim that she is watching closely to see if the president nails down the date for another North Korea summit. What else are you watching on the foreign policy front?
There's also Venezuela. There's also the China trade issues. I think the White House has said that they are prepared to talk about that. We are expecting the president to walk in any moment now.
The President of the United States!
President Trump making his way through the House chamber, doing the handshakes. We'll be with you live throughout the night. We'll bring you the speech uninterrupted, and then we'll be with you on the back end. We'll also hear from Stacey Abrams. Thanks so much to James Hohmann and Rhonda Colvin. I'm Libby Casey. Do stay with Washington Post coverage as we listen to President Trump's third address to Congress, only his second State of the Union, delivered here tonight.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Mr. Vice President, members of Congress, the First Lady of the United States, and my fellow Americans. We meet tonight at a moment of unlimited potential. As we begin a new Congress, I stand here ready to work with you to achieve historic breakthroughs for all Americans. Millions of our fellow citizens are watching us now gathered in this great chamber, hoping that we will govern not as two parties, but as one nation. The agenda I will lay out this evening is not a Republican agenda or a Democrat agenda. It's the agenda of the American people. Many of us have campaigned on the same core promises: to defend American jobs and demand fair trade for American workers, to rebuild and revitalize our nation's infrastructure, to reduce the price of health care and prescription drugs, to create an immigration system that is safe, lawful, modern, and secure, and to pursue a foreign policy that puts America's interest first. There is a new opportunity in American politics if only we have the courage together to seize it. Victory is not winning for our party. Victory is winning for our country. This year, America will recognize two important anniversaries that show us the majesty of America's mission and the power of American pride. In June, we mark 75 years since the start of what General Dwight D. Eisenhower called the Great Crusade, the Allied liberation of Europe in World War II. On D-Day, June 6, 1944, 15,000 young American men jumped from the sky, and 60,000 more stormed in from the sea to save our civilization from tyranny. Here with us tonight are three of those incredible heroes: Private First Class Joseph Riley, Staff Sergeant Irving Locker, and Sergeant Herman Zaitchik. Please. gentlemen, we salute you. In 2019, we also celebrate 50 years since brave young pilots flew 250,000 miles through space to plant the American flag on the face of the moon. Half a century later, we are joined by one of the Apollo 11 astronauts who planted that flag, Buzz Aldrin. Thank you, Buzz. This year, American astronauts will go back to space on American rockets. In the 20th century, America saved freedom, transformed science, redefined the middle class, and when you get down to it, there's nothing anywhere in the world that can compete with America. Now we must step boldly and bravely into the next chapter of this great American adventure. And we must create a new standard of living for the 21st century. An amazing quality of life for all of our citizens is within reach. We can make our community safer, our families stronger, our culture richer, our faith deeper, and our middle class bigger and more prosperous than ever before. But we must reject the politics of revenge, resistance, and retribution, and embrace the boundless potential of cooperation, compromise, and the common good. Together, we can break decades of political stalemate. We can bridge old divisions, heal old wounds, build new coalitions, forge new solutions, and unlock the extraordinary promise of America's future. The decision is ours to make. We must choose between greatness or gridlock, results or resistance, vision or vengeance, incredible progress or pointless destruction. Tonight, I ask you to choose greatness. Over the last 2 years, my administration has moved with urgency and historic speed to confront problems neglected by leaders of both parties over many decades. In just over 2 years since the election, we have launched an unprecedented economic boom, a boom that has rarely been seen before. There's been nothing like it. We have created 5.3 million new jobs, and importantly added 600,000 new manufacturing jobs, something which almost everyone said was impossible to do. But the fact is, we are just getting started. Wages are rising at the fastest pace in decades and growing for blue-collar workers who I promised to fight for. They're growing faster than anyone else thought possible. Nearly 5 million Americans have been lifted off food stamps. The U.S. economy is growing almost twice as fast today as when I took office, and we are considered far and away the hottest economy anywhere in the world, not even close. Unemployment has reached the lowest rate in over half a century. African American, Hispanic American, and Asian American unemployment have all reached their lowest levels ever recorded. Unemployment for Americans with disabilities has also reached an all-time low. More people are working now than at any time in the history of our country. 157 million people at work. We passed a massive tax cut for working families and doubled the child tax credit. We virtually ended the estate tax, or death tax, as it is often called, on small businesses, for ranches, and also for family farms. We eliminated the very unpopular Obamacare individual mandate penalty. And to give critically ill patients access to life-saving cures, we passed, very importantly, Right to Try. My administration has cut more regulations in a short period of time than any other administration during its entire tenure. Companies are coming back to our country in large numbers, thanks to our historic reductions in taxes and regulations. And we have unleashed a revolution in American energy. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and natural gas anywhere in the world. And now, for the first time in 65 years, we are a net exporter of energy. After 24 months of rapid progress, our economy is the envy of the world. Our military is the most powerful on earth by far. And America America is again winning each and every day. Members of Congress, the state of our union is strong. That sounds so good. Our country is vibrant, and our economy is thriving like never before. On Friday, it was announced that we added another 304,000 jobs last month alone, almost double the number expected. An economic miracle is taking place in the United States, and the only thing that can stop it are foolish wars, politics, or ridiculous partisan investigations. If there is going to be peace and legislation, there cannot be war and investigation. It just doesn't work that way. We must be united at home to defeat our adversaries abroad. This new era of cooperation can start with finally confirming the more than 300 highly qualified nominees who are still stuck in the Senate, in some cases years and years waiting. Not right. The Senate has failed to act on these nominations, which is unfair to the nominees and very unfair to our country. Now is the time for bipartisan action. Believe it or not, we have already proven that that's possible. In the last Congress, both parties came together to pass unprecedented legislation to confront the opioid crisis, a sweeping new farm bill, historic VA reforms, and after 4 decades of rejection, we passed VA accountability so that we can finally terminate those who mistreat our wonderful veterans. And just weeks ago, both parties united for groundbreaking criminal justice reform. They said it couldn't be done. Last year, I heard through friends the story of Alice Johnson. I was deeply moved. In 1997, Alice was sentenced to life in prison as a first-time nonviolent drug offender. Over the next 22 years, she became a prison minister, inspiring others to choose a better path. She had a big impact on that prison population and far beyond. Alice's story underscores the disparities and unfairness that can exist in criminal sentencing and the need to remedy this total injustice. She served almost that 22 years and had expected to be in prison for the remainder of her life. In June, I commuted Alice's sentence. When I saw Alice's beautiful family greet her at the prison gates, hugging and kissing and crying and laughing, I knew I did something right. Alice is with us tonight, and she is a terrific woman. Terrific. Alice, please. Alice, thank you for reminding us that we always have the power to shape our own destiny. Thank you very much, Alice. Thank you very much. Inspired by stories like Alice's, my administration worked closely with members of both parties to sign the First Step Act into law. Big deal. It's a big deal. This legislation reformed sentencing laws that have wrongly and disproportionately harmed the African American community. The First Step Act gives nonviolent offenders the chance to re-enter society as productive, law-abiding citizens. Now, states across the country are following our lead. America is a nation that believes in redemption. We are also joined tonight by Matthew Charles from Tennessee. In 1996, at the age of 30, Matthew was sentenced to 35 years for selling drugs and related offenses. Over the next 2 decades, he completed more than 30 Bible studies, became a law clerk, and mentored many of his fellow inmates. Now Matthew is the very first person to be released from prison under the First Step Act. Matthew, please. Thank you, Matthew. Welcome home. Now, Republicans and Democrats must join forces again to confront an urgent national crisis. Congress has 10 days left to pass a bill that will fund our government, protect our homeland, and secure our very dangerous southern border. Now is the time for Congress to show the world that America is committed to ending illegal immigration and putting the ruthless coyotes, cartels, drug dealers, and human traffickers out of business. As we speak, large, organized caravans are on the march to the United States. We have just heard that Mexican cities, in order to remove the illegal immigrants from their communities, are getting trucks and buses to bring them up to our country in areas where there is little border protection. I have ordered another 3,750 troops to our southern border to prepare for this tremendous onslaught. This is a moral issue. The lawless state of our southern border is a threat to the safety, security, and financial well-being of all America. We have a moral duty to create an immigration system that protects the lives and jobs of our citizens. This includes our obligation to the millions of immigrants living here today who followed the rules and respected our laws. Legal immigrants enrich our nation and strengthen our society in countless ways. I want people to come into our country in the largest numbers ever, but they have to come in legally. Tonight, I am asking you to defend our very dangerous southern border out of love and devotion to our fellow citizens and to our country. No issue better illustrates the divide between America's working class and America's political class than illegal immigration. Wealthy politicians and donors push for open borders while living their lives behind walls and gates and guards. Meanwhile, working-class Americans are left to pay the price for mass illegal immigration. Reduced jobs, lower wages, overburdened schools, hospitals that are so crowded you can't get in, increased crime, and a depleted social safety net. Tolerance for illegal immigration is not compassionate. It is actually very cruel. One in 3 women is sexually assaulted on the long journey north. Smugglers use migrant children as human pawns to exploit our laws and gain access to our country. Human traffickers and sex traffickers take advantage of the wide open areas between our ports of entry to smuggle thousands of young girls and women into the United States and to sell them into prostitution and modern-day slavery. Tens of thousands of innocent Americans are killed by lethal drugs that cross our border and flood into our cities, including meth, heroin, cocaine, and fentanyl. The savage gang, MS-13, now operates in at least 20 different American states, and they almost all come through our southern border. Just yesterday, an MS-13 gang member was taken into custody for a fatal shooting on a subway platform in New York City. We are removing these gang members by the thousands, but until we secure our border, they're going to keep streaming right back in. Year after year, countless Americans are murdered by criminal, illegal aliens. I've gotten to know many wonderful angel moms and dads and families. No one should ever have to suffer the horrible heartache that they have had to endure. Here tonight is Deborah Bissell. Just 3 weeks ago, Deborah's parents, Gerald and Sharon, were burglarized and shot to death in their Reno, Nevada home by an illegal alien. They were in their 80s and are survived by 4 children, 11 grandchildren, and 20 great-grandchildren. Also here tonight are Gerald and Sharon's granddaughter, Heather, and great-granddaughter, Madison. To Deborah, Heather, Madison, please stand. Few can understand your pain. Thank you, and thank you for being here. Thank you very much. I will never forget, and I will fight for the memory of Gerald and Sharon, that it should never happen again. Not one more American life should be lost because our nation failed to control its very dangerous border. In the last 2 years, our brave ICE officers made 266,000 arrests of criminal aliens, including those charged or convicted of nearly 100,000 assaults, 30,000 sex crimes, and 4,000 killings or murders. We are joined tonight by one of those law enforcement heroes, ICE Special Agent Elvin Hernandez. When Elvin When Elvin was a boy, he and his family legally immigrated to the United States from the Dominican Republic. At the age of 8, Elvin told his dad he wanted to become a special agent. Today, he leads investigations into the scourge of international sex trafficking. Elvin says that if I can make sure these young girls get their justice, I've really done my job. Thanks to his work and that of his incredible colleagues, more than 300 women and girls have been rescued from the horror of this terrible situation. And more than 1,500 sadistic traffickers have been put behind bars. we will always support the brave men and women of law enforcement. And I pledge to you tonight that I will never abolish our heroes from ICE. Thank you. My administration has sent to Congress a common sense proposal to end the crisis on the southern border. It includes humanitarian assistance, more law enforcement, drug detection at our ports, closing loopholes that enable child smuggling, and plans for a new physical barrier or wall to secure the vast areas between our ports of entry. In the past, most of the people in this room voted for a wall, but the proper wall never got built. I will get it built. This is a smart, strategic, see-through steel barrier, not just a simple concrete wall. It will be deployed in the areas identified by the border agents as having the greatest need, and these agents will tell you where walls go up, illegal crossings go way, way down. San Diego used to have the most illegal border crossings in our country. In response, a strong security wall was put in place. This powerful barrier almost completely ended illegal crossings. The border city of El Paso, Texas, used to have extremely high rates of violent crime, one of the highest in the entire country, and considered one of our nation's most dangerous cities. Now, immediately upon its building, with a powerful barrier in place, El Paso is one of the safest cities in our country. Simply put, walls work and walls save lives. So let's work together, compromise, and reach a deal that will truly make America safe. As we work to defend our people's safety, we must also ensure our economic resurgence continues at a rapid pace. No one has benefited more from our thriving economy than women, who have filled 58% of the newly created jobs last year. You weren't supposed to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All Americans can be proud that we have more women in the workforce than ever before. Don't sit yet. You're going to like this. And exactly 1 century after Congress passed the constitutional amendment giving women the right to vote, we also have more women serving in Congress than at any time before. That's great. Very great. And congratulations. That's great. As part of our commitment to improving opportunity for women everywhere, this Thursday, we are launching the first ever government-wide initiative focused on economic empowerment for women in developing countries. To build on, thank you. To build on our incredible economic success, one priority is paramount: reversing decades of calamitous trade policies. So bad. We are now making it clear to China that after years of targeting our industries and stealing our intellectual property, the theft of American jobs and wealth has come to an end. Therefore, we recently imposed tariffs on $250 billion of Chinese goods, and now our Treasury is receiving billions and billions of dollars. But I don't blame China for taking advantage of us. I blame our leaders and representatives for allowing this travesty to happen. I have great respect for President Xi, and we are now working on a new trade deal with China. But it must include real structural change to end unfair trade practices, reduce our chronic trade deficit, and protect American jobs. Another historic trade blunder was the catastrophe known as NAFTA. I have met the men and women of Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, New Hampshire, and many other states whose dreams were shattered by the signing of NAFTA. For years, politicians promised them they would renegotiate for a better deal. But no one ever tried until now. Our new U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement, the USMCA, will replace NAFTA and deliver for American workers like they haven't had delivered to for a long time. I hope you can pass the USMCA into law so that we can bring back our manufacturing jobs in even greater numbers, expand American agriculture, protect intellectual property, and ensure that more cars are proudly stamped with our 4 beautiful words, made in the USA. Tonight, I am also asking you to pass the United States Reciprocal Trade Act so that if another country places an unfair tariff on an American product, we can charge them the exact same tariff on the exact same product that they sell to us. Both parties should be able to unite for a great rebuilding of America's crumbling infrastructure. I know that Congress is eager to pass an infrastructure bill, and I am eager to work with you on legislation to deliver new and important infrastructure investment, including investments in the cutting-edge industries of the future. This is not an option. This is a necessity. The next major priority for me and for all of us should be to lower the cost of health care and prescription drugs, and to protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Already as a result of my administration's efforts in 2018, drug prices experienced their single largest decline in 46 years. But we must do more. It's unacceptable that Americans pay vastly more than people in other countries for the exact same drugs, often made in the exact same place. This is wrong, this is unfair, and together we will stop it, and we'll stop it fast. I am asking Congress to pass legislation that finally takes on the problem of global freeloading and delivers fairness and price transparency for American patients, finally. We should also require drug companies, insurance companies, and hospitals to disclose real prices to foster competition and bring costs way down. No force in history has done more to advance the human condition than American freedom. In recent years, we have made remarkable progress in the fight against HIV and AIDS. Scientific breakthroughs have brought a once distant dream within reach. My budget will ask Democrats and Republicans to make the needed commitment to eliminate the HIV epidemic in the United States within 10 years. We have made incredible strides, incredible. Together, we will defeat AIDS in America and beyond. Tonight, I am also asking you to join me in another fight that all Americans can get behind, the fight against childhood cancer. Joining Melania in the gallery this evening is a very brave 10-year-old girl, Grace Eline. Every birthday, hi, Grace. Every birthday since she was 4, Grace asked her friends to donate to St. Jude's Children's Hospital. She did not know that one day she might be a patient herself. That's what happened. Last year, Grace was diagnosed with brain cancer. Immediately, she began radiation treatment. At the same time, she rallied her community and raised more than $40,000 for the fight against cancer. When Grace completed treatment last fall, her doctors and nurses cheered. They loved her. They still love her. With tears in their eyes as she hung up a poster that read, "Last day of chemo." Thank you very much, Grace. You are a great inspiration to everyone in this room. Thank you very much. Many childhood cancers have not seen new therapies in decades. My budget will ask Congress for $500 million over the next 10 years to fund this critical life-saving research. To help support working parents, the time has come to pass school choice for Americans' children. I am also proud to be the first president to include in my budget a plan for nationwide paid family leave so that every new parent has the chance to bond with their newborn child. There could be no greater contrast to the beautiful image of a mother holding her infant child than the chilling displays our nation saw in recent days. Lawmakers in New York cheered with delight upon the passage of legislation that would allow a baby to be ripped from the mother's womb moments from birth. These are living, feeling, beautiful babies who will never get the chance to share their love and their dreams with the world. And then we had the case of the governor of Virginia, where he stated he would execute a baby after birth. To defend the dignity of every person, I am asking Congress to pass legislation to prohibit the late-term abortion of children who can feel pain in the mother's womb. Let us work together to build a culture that cherishes innocent life. And let us reaffirm a fundamental truth. All children, born and unborn, are made in the holy image of God. The final part of my agenda is to protect American security. Over the last 2 years, we have begun to fully rebuild the United States military with $700 billion last year and $716 billion this year. We are also getting other nations to pay their fair share. Finally. For years, the United States was being treated very unfairly by friends of ours, members of NATO. But now we have secured, over the last couple of years, more than $100 billion of increase in defense spending from our NATO allies. They said it couldn't be done. As part of our military buildup, the United States is developing a state-of-the-art missile defense system. Under my administration, we will never apologize for advancing America's interests. For example, decades ago, the United States entered into a treaty with Russia in which we agreed to limit and reduce our missile capability. While we followed the agreement and the rules to the letter, Russia repeatedly violated its terms. It's been going on for many years. That is why I announced that the United States is officially withdrawing from the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty, or INF Treaty. Perhaps we really have no choice. Perhaps we can negotiate a different agreement, adding China and others, or perhaps we can't, in which case we will outspend and out-innovate all others by far. As part of a bold new diplomacy, we continue our historic push for peace on the Korean Peninsula. Our hostages have come home. Nuclear testing has stopped, and there has not been a missile launch in more than 15 months. If I had not been elected President of the United States, we would right now, in my opinion, be in a major war with North Korea. Much work remains to be done, but my relationship with Kim Jong-un is a good one. Chairman Kim and I will meet again on February 27th and 28th in Vietnam. 2 weeks ago, the United States officially recognized the legitimate government of Venezuela and its new president, Juan Guaido. We stand with the Venezuelan people in their noble quest for freedom, and we condemn the brutality of the Maduro regime, whose socialist policies have turned that nation from being the wealthiest in South America into a state of abject poverty and despair. Here in the United States, we are alarmed by the new calls to adopt socialism in our country. America was founded on liberty and independence, and not government coercion, domination, and control. We are born free, and we will stay free. Tonight, we renew our resolve that America will never be a socialist country. One of the most complex set of challenges we face, and have for many years, is in the Middle East. Our approach is based on principled realism, not discredited theories that have failed for decades to yield progress. For this reason, my administration recognized the true capital of Israel and proudly opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Our brave troops have now been fighting in the Middle East for almost 19 years. In Afghanistan and Iraq, nearly 7,000 American heroes have given their lives. More than 52,000 Americans have been badly wounded. We have spent more than $7 trillion in fighting wars in the Middle East. As a candidate for president, I loudly pledged a new approach. Great nations do not fight endless wars. When I took office, ISIS controlled more than 20,000 square miles in Iraq and Syria just 2 years ago. Today, we have liberated virtually all of the territory from the grip of these bloodthirsty monsters. Now, as we work with our allies to destroy the remnants of ISIS, it is time to give our brave warriors in Syria a warm welcome home. I have also accelerated our negotiations to reach, if possible, a political settlement in Afghanistan. The opposing side is also very happy to be negotiating. Our troops have fought with unmatched valor, and thanks to their bravery, we are now able to pursue a possible political solution to this long and bloody conflict. In Afghanistan, my administration is holding constructive talks with a number of Afghan groups, including the Taliban. As we make progress in these negotiations, we will be able to reduce our troops' presence and focus on counterterrorism, and we will indeed focus on counterterrorism. We do not know whether we'll achieve an agreement, but we do know that after 2 decades of war, the hour has come to at least try for peace, and the other side would like to do the same thing. It's time. Above all, friend and foe alike must never doubt this nation's power and will to defend our people. 18 years ago, violent terrorists attacked the USS Cole, and last month, American forces killed one of the leaders of that attack. We are honored to be joined tonight by Tom Wibberley, whose son, Navy seaman Craig Wibberley, was one of the 17 sailors we tragically lost. Tom, we vow to always remember the heroes of the USS Cole. Thank you, Tom. My administration has acted decisively to confront the world's leading state sponsor of terror, the radical regime in Iran. It is a radical regime. They do bad, bad things. To ensure this corrupt dictatorship never acquires nuclear weapons, I withdrew the United States from the disastrous Iran nuclear deal. And last fall, we put in place the toughest sanctions ever imposed by us on a country. We will not avert our eyes from a regime that chants death to America and threatens genocide against the Jewish people. We must never ignore the vile poison of anti-Semitism or those who spread its venomous creed. With one voice, we must confront this hatred anywhere and everywhere it occurs. Just months ago, 11 Jewish Americans were viciously murdered in an anti-Semitic attack on the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh. SWAT officer Timothy Matson raced into the gunfire and was shot 7 times chasing down the killer, and he was very successful. Timothy has just had his 12th surgery, and he's going in for many more. but he made the trip to be here with us tonight. Officer Mattson, please. Thank you. We are forever grateful. Thank you very much. Tonight, we are also joined by Pittsburgh survivor, Judah Samet. He arrived at the synagogue as the massacre began. But not only did Judah narrowly escape death last fall, more than 7 decades ago, he narrowly survived the Nazi concentration camps. Today is Judah's 81st birthday. They wouldn't do that for me, Judah. Judah says he can still remember the exact moment nearly 75 years ago, after 10 months in a concentration camp, when he and his family were put on a train and told they were going to another camp. Suddenly, the train screeched to a very strong halt. A soldier appeared. Judah's family braced for the absolute worst. Then his father cried out with joy, "It's the Americans! It's the Americans!" Thank you. A second Holocaust survivor who is here tonight, Joshua Kaufman, was a prisoner at Dachau. He remembers watching through a hole in the wall of a cattle car as American soldiers rolled in with tanks. To me, Joshua recalls, the American soldiers were proof that God exists. And they came down from the sky. They came down from heaven. I began this evening by honoring 3 soldiers who fought on D-Day in the Second World War. One of them was Herman Zaitchik. But there is more to Herman's story. A year after he stormed the beaches of Normandy, Herman was one of the American soldiers who helped liberate Dachau. He was one of the Americans who helped rescue Joshua from that hell on earth. Almost 75 years later, Herman and Joshua are both together in the gallery tonight, seated side by side, here in the home of American freedom. Herman and Joshua, your presence this evening is very much appreciated. Thank you very much. Thank you. When American soldiers set out beneath the dark skies over the English Channel in the early hours of D-Day 1944, they were just young men of 18 and 19 hurtling on fragile landing craft toward the most momentous battle in the history of war. They did not know if they would survive the hour. They did not know if they would grow old, but they knew that America had to prevail. Their cause was this nation and generations yet unborn. Why did they do it? They did it for America. They did it for us. Everything that has come since our triumph over communism, our giant leaps of science and discovery, our unrivaled progress towards equality and justice, all of it is possible thanks to the blood and tears and courage and vision of the Americans who came before. Think of this Capitol. Think of this very chamber where lawmakers before you voted to end slavery, to build the railroads and the highways, and defeat fascism, to secure civil rights, and to face down evil empires. Here tonight, we have legislators from across this magnificent republic. You have come from the rocky shores of Maine and the volcanic peaks of Hawaii, from the snowy woods of Wisconsin and the red deserts of Arizona, from the green farms of Kentucky and the golden beaches of California. Together, we represent the most extraordinary nation in all of history. What will we do with this moment? How will we be remembered? I ask the men and women of this Congress, look at the opportunities before us. Our most thrilling achievements are still ahead. Our most exciting journeys still await. Our biggest victories are still to come. We have not yet begun to dream. We must choose whether we are defined by our differences or whether we dare to transcend them. We must choose whether we squander our great inheritance or whether we proudly declare that we are Americans. We do the incredible. We defy the impossible. We conquer the unknown. This is the time to reignite the American imagination. This is the time to search for the tallest summit and set our sights on the brightest star. This is the time to rekindle the bonds of love and loyalty and memory that link us together as citizens, as neighbors, as patriots. This is our future, our fate, and our choice to make. I am asking you to choose greatness. No matter the trials we face, no matter the challenges to come, we must go forward together. We must keep America first in our hearts. We must keep freedom alive in our souls. And we must always keep faith in America's destiny. That one nation, under God, must be the hope and the promise and the light and the glory among all the nations of the world. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump concluding his second State of the Union in an address that lasted about an hour and 20 minutes. The president asking Congress and Americans to choose greatness and opening and closing with images from American history, World War II in particular. But during the speech, Rhonda Colvin definitely doing some call-outs to partisanship and talking about what he considers foolish investigations, which got a dramatic facial response from Speaker Pelosi, asking Democrats essentially to back off on certain issues and using very strong language to describe the crisis as at the border as he sees it. Rhonda, what stood out to you in terms of tone?
You know, I timed it, and actually in the section that he talked about the border wall and immigration, it was a solid 10 minutes on that issue alone. I don't think that's a surprise. I think we went in today knowing that he would spend a lot of time trying to talk about that. He had a venue tonight to discuss to America what he sees for border security. So, yeah, that was a solid 10 minutes according to my timing. The other thing that stood out to me, of course, was his mention of women, the history that women made in Congress this year. Of course, that was a bipartisan moment because we saw the women stand up and share with him, and across the board, everyone was in support of that wonderful history that was made this year.
At first, the president talked about the number of jobs created for women, and we saw some of the women freshman Democratic House members saying, that's us. And then the speech went on, and the president said, oh, you'll like this next part, because he actually had a specific call out to women in Congress. If you're seeing a lot of activity behind us, that's because we're in Statuary Hall. It's right near the House chamber where the speech just concluded, and members of Congress are coming through here. You'll also see journalists, a lot of photographers right behind us, because we have this pretty incredible position right outside of the House chamber. So as members come pouring out, we're in a prime spot to see a bit of who's who. A lot of women wearing white. We saw so many Democratic members of Congress, Rhonda, especially the freshmen, wearing white. And they did make this very powerful visual block in the audience that President Trump was looking out at.
Right. And you have to think for freshmen senators and House members, this probably was very exciting for them. They didn't get a typical freshman first weeks. It was a shutdown when they came in. So this, of course, is a part of an annual tradition you were able to see them take part in. So I do think there was excitement on that level as well.
We're seeing people like Cory Booker walk by us right now. We also saw other House members, senators coming through. Those 2020 candidates like Cory Booker very closely watched by the cameras and the audience to see just how they responded. You know, thinking about how you react as the president speaks, a lot of it's going to be a visceral response, Rhonda, but then there's some calculation to make sure, like, how is everyone else around me reacting? We saw Senator Joe Manchin standing, for example, Democrat of West Virginia, standing and applauding, or just applauding at times when not a lot of other Democrats were doing so, especially when it comes to things like energy issues. But the Democrats were by and large quite united in not really reacting much to what President Trump had to say, unless it was those moments where he was honoring Americans, guests of himself and the First Lady, who have had achievements or accomplishments or survived tragedy. Those were the moments that all the Democrats can be able to get on board and applaud.
Absolutely. There were moments during his talk of prison reform that they supported. They may not support that policy, the First Step program, but there were times when they did support him discussing how incarceration is a problem in America. Of course, he also brought to light childhood cancer. That was something that you saw Democrats also support, or at least body language alluding that they did support that. So there were issues that he did bring up that, you know, many of them probably could get behind. But of course, it was those moments that we expected, border security, the wall, where you could see, you know, stone face or shaking heads, you know, saying we're not agreeing to this.
And even as Democrats support, for example, the girl who survived brain cancer, who has raised a lot of money for St. Jude's, there was a lot of dissension on social media, places like Twitter, saying, yes, but the president's policies have actually hurt American healthcare. And so ultimately, while I certainly would support more funding for cancer research and combating cancer, I don't feel like that's the direction the White House has gone yet. Same thing with HIV funding and making sure that there is more of an effort, something that the president could get bipartisan support for, fighting HIV/AIDS. But Democrats say they have not seen him support policies that would actually help people who are surviving AIDS. I want to remind our audience that we're waiting for Stacey Abrams to speak in just a little bit, the official Democratic response. She was the gubernatorial candidate in Georgia, didn't win election, Rhonda, but made a big impact in the political field, got a lot of attention. I'm just going to pause here for Speaker Pelosi.
Now dissolved.
It's sort of like saying the bell has rung after, like, school's dismissed, long after everyone's left school. So you hear their Speaker Pelosi doing her job, gaveling out the Speaker's House, the People's House, Rhonda. So we'll be waiting for Stacey Abrams to speak in just a few minutes. So what are you anticipating from her speech?
Well, as Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi mentioned when they announced that they had chosen her to give this response, they said she's going to be the anti-Trump. Her message is certainly not alongside his. You are going to see, you know, a little bit of a division in what she's about to say and what he said. She may point to some of the things that he brought up and refute them. She is charismatic. Of course, we talked about earlier in our pre-show that she had a lot of support in Georgia, and that support also brought a lot of national attention too. So I think a lot of people, even people who usually don't stay tuned for that Democratic response, will want to see her. She's a fresh face. Of course, we've mentioned she is the first African-American woman to give this response. So I really think everybody is anticipating something that we will be talking about tomorrow.
You're seeing members of the president's cabinet, top secretaries walk behind us. Gina Haspel is right behind us right now, director of the CIA. We just saw Kirstjen Nielsen come by, other leaders of President Trump's cabinet, various agencies. We saw Supreme Court justices in the audience tonight, but as expected, they were stony-faced, trying to stay out of the political fray. Also, some of the military leaders trying to keep that comportment, regardless of the issues brought up, Rhonda. But did it stand out to you to see certain reaction moments, certain reactions from members of the audience that maybe you didn't expect or that you did expect?
You know, I really think going back to the moment where the women stood up and clapped. You saw AOC, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez, who stood up and cheered, and she's certainly been a critic of the president. You saw all of those freshman women, Democratic women, who stood up, and it was kind of a surreal moment, actually. One of our producers mentioned that, to hear him talk in favor of women and for them to cheer him on as he was saying that. So yeah, that was kind of unexpected, I would say.
All right, great. We're going to be talking to some lawmakers in just a little while. We've got Senator Angus King we'll bring into here, independent of Maine. So great to see you, Senator. Thanks for joining us. What stood out to you tonight in the president's speech?
In the final minute when he mentioned Maine. He talked about the Rocky Coast. I mean, that was cool. I think, number one, it was long. It was a long list of pretty much every topic you could think of. There were some omitted. There was nothing about climate change. Of course, there was a lot about immigration. The last 5 minutes was quite good. I mean, it was almost Kennedy-esque. It was very positive and stirring. But then there were other parts that were more partisan. There was one line where he said something about no more partisan investigations. I think I remember that in one of Richard Nixon's State of the Unions, he said 1 year of Watergate is enough. It's a kind of little historical echo. But I thought it was, I guess one word would be comprehensive. The immigration part bothered me. There's going to be a lot of fact-checking.
Senator King, you have the unique experience of being there in the chamber. We were out here. One thing we saw, though, was the camera panned to Adam Schiff in that line where the president was talking about these ridiculous investigations. And also Speaker Pelosi gave quite the facial reaction. You serve on the Intel Committee in the Senate. Does a speech like this or the pushback from the president in such a public setting affect the role that the Senate Investigative Committee plays and that the Intelligence Committee plays as it does its work?
Well, I think he used the term partisan investigations, and our committee is totally nonpartisan. I mean, we've been working at this for almost 2 years, totally bipartisan basis, working through the facts wherever they lead. So, I don't see it that way. I mean, Congress has an oversight responsibility. Our job is to get to the bottom of the facts. And that's what we're going to do. So I thought it was surprising that he used that term, but that was one line out of an hour-and-a-half speech, and lots of other things.
I'm Stacey Abrams, and I'm honored to join the conversation about the state of our union. Growing up, my family went back and forth between lower middle class and working class. Yet even when they came home weary and bone-tired, my parents found a way to show us all who we could be. My librarian mother taught us to love learning. My father, a shipyard worker, put in overtime and extra shifts, and they made sure we volunteered to help others. Later, they both became United Methodist ministers, an expression of the faith that guides us. These were our family values: faith, service, education, and responsibility. Now, we only had one car, so sometimes my dad had to hitchhike and walk long stretches during the 30-mile trip home from the shipyards. One rainy night, my mom got worried. We piled in the car and went out looking for him, and we eventually found my dad making his way along the road, soaked and shivering in his shirt sleeves. When he got in the car, my mom asked if he'd left his coat at work. He explained that he'd given it to a homeless man he'd met on the highway. When we asked why he'd given away his only jacket, my dad turned to us and said, "I knew when I left that man he'd still be alone, but I could give him my coat because I knew you were coming for me." Our power and strength as Americans lives in our hard work and our belief in more. My family understood firsthand that while success is not guaranteed, we live in a nation where opportunity is possible. But we do not succeed alone. In these United States, when times are tough, we can persevere because our friends and neighbors will come for us. Our first responders will come for us. It is this mantra, this uncommon grace of community, that has driven me to become an attorney, a small business owner, a writer, and most recently, the Democratic nominee for governor of Georgia. My reason for running was simple. I love our country and its promise of opportunity for all. And I stand here tonight because I hold fast to my father's credo. Together, we are coming for America, for a better America. Just a few weeks ago, I joined volunteers to distribute meals to furloughed federal workers. They waited in line for a box of food and a sliver of hope since they hadn't received paychecks in weeks. Making livelihoods of our federal workers a pawn for political games is a disgrace. The shutdown was a stunt engineered by the President of the United States, one that defied every tenet of fairness and abandoned not just our people, but our values. For 7 years, I led the Democratic Party in the Georgia House of Representatives. I didn't always agree with the Republican speaker or governor, but I understood that our constituents didn't care about our political parties, they cared about their lives. So when we had to negotiate criminal justice reform or transportation or foster care improvements, the leaders of our state didn't shut down. We came together and we kept our word. It should be no different in our nation's capital. We may come from different sides of the political aisle, but our joint commitment to the ideals of this nation cannot be negotiable. Our most urgent work is to realize Americans' dreams of today and tomorrow, to carve a path to independence and prosperity that can last a lifetime. Children deserve an excellent education from cradle to career. We owe them safe schools and the highest standards, regardless of zip code. Yet this White House responds timidly, while first graders practice active shooter drills, and the price of higher education grows ever steeper. From now on, our leaders must be willing to tackle gun safety measures and face the crippling effect of educational loans, to support educators and invest what is necessary to unleash the power of America's greatest minds. In Georgia and around the country, people are striving for a middle class where a salary truly equals economic security. But instead, families' hopes are being crushed by Republican leadership that ignores real life or just doesn't understand it. Under the current administration, far too many hard-working Americans are falling behind, living paycheck to paycheck, most without labor unions to protect them from even worse harm. The Republican tax bill rigged the system against working people. Rather than bringing back jobs, plants are closing, layoffs are looming, and wages struggle to keep pace with the actual cost of living. We owe more to the millions of everyday folks who keep our economy running, like truck drivers forced to buy their own rigs, farmers caught in a trade war, small business owners in search of capital, and domestic workers serving without labor protections. Women and men who could thrive if only they had the support and freedom to do so. We know bipartisanship could craft a 21st century immigration plan, but this administration chooses to cage children and tear families apart. Compassionate treatment at the border is not the same as open borders. President Reagan understood this. President Obama understood this. Americans understand this. And Democrats stand ready to effectively secure our ports and borders. But we must all embrace that from agriculture to healthcare to entrepreneurship, America is made stronger by the presence of immigrants, not walls. And rather than suing to dismantle the Affordable Care Act, as Republican attorneys general have, our leaders must protect the progress we've made and commit to expanding healthcare and lowering costs for everyone. My father has battled prostate cancer for years. To help cover the cost, I found myself sinking deeper into debt, because while you can defer some payments, you can't defer cancer treatment. In this great nation, Americans are skipping blood pressure pills, forced to choose between buying medicine or paying rent. Maternal mortality rates show that mothers, especially Black mothers, risk death to give birth. And in 14 states, including my home state, where a majority want it, our leaders refuse to expand Medicaid, which could save rural hospitals, save economies, and save lives. We can do so much more. Take action on climate change. Defend individual liberties with fair-minded judges. But none of these ambitions are possible without the bedrock guarantee of our right to vote. Let's be clear. Voter suppression is real. From making it harder to register and stay on the rolls, to moving and closing polling places, to rejecting lawful ballots, we can no longer ignore these threats to democracy. While I acknowledge the results of the 2018 election here in Georgia, I did not, and we cannot, accept efforts to undermine our right to vote. That's why I started a nonpartisan organization called Fair Fight to advocate for voting rights. This is the next battle for our democracy, one where all eligible citizens can have their say about the vision we want for our country. We must reject the cynicism that says allowing every eligible vote to be cast and counted is a power grab. Americans understand that these are the values our brave men and women in uniform and our veterans risk their lives to defend. The foundation of our moral leadership around the globe is free and fair elections, where voters pick their leaders, not where politicians pick their voters. In this time of division and crisis, we must come together and stand for and with one another. America has stumbled time and again on its quest towards justice and equality. But with each generation, we have revisited our fundamental truths, and where we falter, we make amends. We fought Jim Crow with the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. Yet we continue to confront racism from our past and in our present, which is why we must hold everyone from the highest offices to our own families accountable for racist words and deeds, and call racism what it is: wrong. America achieved a measure of reproductive justice in Roe v. Wade, but we must never forget it is immoral to allow politicians to harm women and families to advance a political agenda. We affirmed marriage equality, and yet the LGBTQ community remains under attack. So, even as I am very disappointed by the president's approach to our problems, I still don't want him to fail. But we need him to tell the truth and to respect his duties and respect the extraordinary diversity that defines America. Our progress has always been found in the refuge, in the basic instinct of the American experiment, to do right by our people. And with a renewed commitment to social and economic justice, we will create a stronger America together. Because America wins by fighting for our shared values against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That is who we are. And when we do so, never wavering, the state of our union will always be strong. Thank you, and may God bless the United States of America.
You've just heard Stacey Abrams, the former gubernatorial candidate in Georgia, give the Democratic response to the State of the Union. I'm joined here with Representative Henry Cuellar. He is from Laredo, Texas, and you are. This is not your first State of the Union. You've been in the
a couple times.
Yes, a couple times, about 15 years. Tell me what stood out to you today in the president's remarks.
Well, you know, he never mentioned the word shutdown, which I think is very significant. He never used the word shutdown. He did talk about, you know, border security, which I disagree with, what he calls the border being a very dangerous area. But the most important thing is he never mentioned shutdown. He never said, if I don't get my $5.7 billion of a wall, I'm going to shut down the government, or proud to shut down the government. To me, that's very significant, which allows, as a member of the conference committee, that allows us a little flexibility to try to work this out. And I feel confident that by Friday, maybe the weekend, but by Friday we should have an agreement.
I was going to ask about that. You are on the bipartisan appropriations committee to sort of figure out a negotiation for border security and make sure there isn't a shutdown next week. So you are confident that you should have some sort of deal ready to vote on, and we won't be heading into another shutdown next week.
Well, I mean, I think the way negotiations have been going, I think we're moving in the right direction. There's a lot of things, because we're looking at doing all 7 bills, not only Homeland, but I feel that a lot of things we've agreed on. There's still some work to do. And just the fact that I think the president sent a message to some of his folks in the same party about not doing a shutdown, I think that allows us the flexibility to work something out.
As a lawmaker who represents an area that is a borderland, and you are, you know, firsthand familiar with that area, how do you feel that this has become the issue right now that members are dealing with, that border security is a wedge issue basically between the president and Congress?
Yeah. Well, you know, first of all, I mean, you know, to characterize the way the president said that it's a lawless type of area, very dangerous area, with all due respect to the president, and I hate to say Washington, D.C., but I'll use the latest FBI stats. My hometown of Laredo is about 3 or 4 times safer murder, rape, assaults using those FBI. So without due respect, the most dangerous thing that happens to me is when I leave the border and come to DC, and I'm not talking about the politics, but those are the numbers. The murder rate, for example, in the national murder rate is 5.3 murders per 100,000. Most of those cities there are way below the 5.3. So again, to say what he's saying and that there's this lawlessness, it's quite honest, it's an insult. I just had members of the conference committee that came to my area, and I kept saying, where's the crisis? Where's, we were walking around, I said, where's the crisis? In my opinion, the crisis is not at the border. The crisis is in Washington, D.C., because we can't sit down in a bipartisan way and solve strong, sensible border security.
Representative Cuellar, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your perspective.
Thank you so much.
Rhonda, it certainly did stand out in the president's speech. He did use words like tremendous onslaught at the border, lawlessness, very dangerous. So that was the language, the very loaded language that the president was choosing to use.
Right. He did not back down. And as I mentioned earlier, he spent about 10 minutes altogether on border security. I think that might have been the longest he spent on one single issue. So again, not a surprise, but of course a big part of the State of the Union. We are now joined by Democratic Senator Mazie Hirono of Hawaii. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, I would like to hear your perspective on tonight's speech. What stood out to you?
What stood out for me was the fact that we have experienced the reality of the 2 years of the Trump administration, starting with the Muslim ban and the constant attacks on immigrants, and the shutdown that hurt 800,000 people. And that's the reality. So what he said tonight does not erase that reality of the harms that he's visited upon the American people, including, by the way, the continuous sabotaging of the Affordable Care Act and trying to repeal the Affordable Care Act. So it's more than irony. I would say the nice things that he said about bringing people together, even as he has done more to bring about divisiveness in the country than any other president that I know of. I think that it was...
was it better than last year, or to your perspective, any better?
I think that the reality of the 2 years that we've all experienced with this president says to me that that things are not going to change. He can say all the nice things he wants, but it doesn't erase the pain of the last 2 years.
Senator Hirono, was there a different energy among Democrats in the chamber tonight, different than the last two speeches President Trump gave in joint addresses, because of so many new faces, the women in white representing the Democratic caucus, a lot of the freshmen?
Well, I think one of the high moments was when he acknowledged that so many women are engaged in politics and engaged in running for office, as you saw in the chamber. I thought that was the most energetic and positive moment for me for tonight.
Senator, you also sit on the Senate Judiciary Committee, and so while I have you here, later this week you all will be voting on the nomination of William Barr. Have Democrats received any assurances as far as how he will treat the Mueller report, enough to go ahead and vote and make it a smooth confirmation?
Well, he certainly didn't say that he would make the Mueller report public. In fact, he said the opposite. And so while he gave certain assurances, I do believe that when he testified, he was speaking to an audience of one, as the President of the United States, and he said certain things that I think the President would find very reassuring, including empathizing with the President as to why the President would deem the Mueller investigation a witch hunt. So for many reasons, I have concluded that I will not be supporting him as our next Attorney General. Also, he wouldn't recuse himself if the ethics people in the Justice Department deem that that's what he should do. No, he says, no, it's up to me. So that's not reassuring at all either.
Okay. Well, Senator Mazie Hirono, thank you so much for stopping by. Have a good evening.
Rhonda, we'll be watching how Congress carries on for the next couple of days and the next couple of weeks, as we heard from Congressman Cuellar, who serves on that appropriations, that bipartisan group. They have a lot of work ahead of them to come up with a proposal. The question is, can they craft a proposal that Democrats and Republicans would like? Could it pass? And could Republicans in the Senate support it, even if President Trump doesn't like it? So we'll be watching for that dynamic. We'll also be watching for these hearings, as you brought up with Senator Hirono, that put some of the president's nominees through their paces. Senators can still do that, even though Democrats don't hold the majority over there. And in the House, now that the government shutdown's over, we're going to see a real ramping up of these hearings, these moments and opportunities to test out how they plan to proceed in the Democratic majority.
Yeah, it's really interesting that Representative Cuellar did mention that he's pretty confident that we're not headed toward another shutdown. He may be right. I mean, does the nation have an appetite to go through this again? You know, it was a lot of bad optics for the president and also for Congress as well, for members of Congress who had to hear from constituents who were furloughed. So it was very interesting to hear him say that, yes, they probably will head towards some sort of negotiation to stave off that
But just
shutdown.
how much power do Democrats like Congressman Cuellar really have? Because President Trump has said on the record that he does not really expect a lot out of this committee, that he basically sees it as a waste of time. And so if that's where he's starting, with the assumption that they won't be able to come up with a border wall plan that meets his expectations and demands, is it a non-starter?
Right, right. You know, one of the interesting things when Senator Angus King was with you, and he mentioned that one of the things that stood out to him was the mention of, you know, we're doing great, economy's doing well, but, you know, if we keep doing these partisan investigations, that's an issue. So it was interesting that he noted that, especially we're going into a week where his former lawyer, Cohen, will be also interviewed behind closed doors by a committee. And you also had, yesterday we found out that the Trump inauguration committee had subpoenaed, their documents had been subpoenaed. So it was interesting that he did point that out, that those investigations did make their way into his State of the Union speech.
We weren't really sure how the president would handle that, if he would just sort of ignore it or gloss over it. But when he talked about it and he referenced these, in his eyes, these partisan investigations, it got a big reaction from Democrats. There was a real moment there just to see the response of the room. We're now joined by Paul Kane, one of our congressional reporters here at the Washington Post. Great to see you, PK. Thanks for coming by. Were you in the chamber for the speech?
Yes, I was. We were right above, sort of, if you were looking at Trump, first row to his right on the Democratic side, because we really wanted to focus on just the Democratic reaction, how they responded to this whole environment, and so that's where I wanted to be, and it was unlike anything I've seen. It was boisterous. It was at times it was completely quiet on that side. There was, you know, just pure silence or just a few claps here or there. It was not your normal State of the Union in any way, shape, or form.
We've talked about that he spent about 10 minutes specifically on the border wall, specifically on immigration. How did that strike you? I mean, it's not a surprise that he was going to bring that up tonight, but what was the mood in the room when he brought that up?
The mood on the Democratic side was very... It was mostly professional, but very quiet, very somber, very much a lot of shaking of the heads. There were a couple of moments, though, especially when he mentioned caravans and caravans coming toward the border. The Democrats were just audibly groaning. I mean, really loud. And I couldn't see it because we were up above. But apparently that was when Pelosi was actually sort of motioning to her side, being like, essentially, behave, don't make yourselves the story. And they did, and they quieted down. But it was heated. That was a very tense moment. The Democrats vehemently disagreed with his characterization both of the situation at the border, the caravans, and just the overall idea of the wall and coming out of the shutdown from just 2 weeks ago.
We spoke to Congressman Cuellar a few moments ago, who sits on that bipartisan, bicameral body that's trying to hash out a deal, and he said he's very confident they can come up with something. The question is, Paul, how much power does a congressman who sits on this committee really have when it's got to come up against the president?
They have the power to come up with a deal to spend money. And the appropriations committees, Democrats, Republicans, I mean, the old line used to be there are Democrats, Republicans, and then there are appropriators, because they love to spend money, and they'll always spend money on ways to figure something out. Now, they know that Democrats won't agree to money that is specifically for a wall. But appropriators could figure some way to spend more money on drones and technology and that form of border security. But it's just, will Trump accept that? I don't know. I think we're waiting to see how that unfolds.
We'll see if we're at this shutdown phase all over again pretty soon. Paul Kane, congressional correspondent for The Washington Post. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Rhonda, so much speculation about just what might happen next. You do get the sense from some of the freshman Democrats that they've been frustrated by the government shutdown. It's been out of their hands, it's been out of their control, and they haven't had a chance to make any sort of mark except by being this counterweight of we need to open the government, we need to get things rolling again. Now they have a chance. It's sort of like a fresh start for them to get moving on legislation they want to see pushed forward.
Absolutely. While we're here, throughout the week, we hear, from members who are talking about, yes, this is a restart. A lot of them, had campaign issues that they wanted to bring up, that campaign promises that they wanted to bring up. But of course, we were in a shutdown.
Just move it over here.
Yes, we are joined by a guest, I believe.
We've got Chairman Eliot Engel, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee. We'll just bring you in on camera here. You're actually much taller than I am in person, but I've gotten a little bit of a height advantage here.
Cheating, is that what
Can we have you stand up on our? Can you stand up on our stand here, so we'll have the chairman here with us. So interesting because the chairman has a role now in figuring out foreign affairs going forward and how some of these international issues will be playing out, which President Trump did bring up today. So thank you so much for speaking with us.
Well,
I wanted to get your sense, just to start with, of this foreign affairs component that the president was addressing tonight. Talked about China, talked about Venezuela. What raised alarm bells for you and what sounded good?
Well, when he talked about Russia and the fact that we were abandoning one of the treaties, I think he in essence was committing us to another arms race with Russia, the way we knew of the arms race when I was a kid. And I think that's not a very good thing. When he talked about Venezuela, I thought it made a lot of sense because the United States is working with other countries to try to see if there can be a peaceful transition in Venezuela. And I think it's very important that the United States play a role with our allies to make sure that that transition would be as peaceful as possible. So I think there were, a bunch of different things. I think that the president, I think, couldn't decide whether he wanted to chastise the Congress or whether he wanted to work with the Congress. And I think we saw elements in that speech of both things. In fact, I'm positive that that speech was not written by one person. It seemed to me like a patchwork of different ideas. There were times the president was belligerent. There was times he was conciliatory. There were times he mentioned things that bring us together, and then there were times he mentioned core issues which divide us to get the Republicans rallied and cheering. So it was sort of a schizophrenic, I think, State of the Union a little bit.
You have a packed agenda as chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the House, the congressman, also a Democrat representing New York 16th District. What do you tackle first? I mean, you're looking at Yemen, you're looking at Saudi Arabia. What will you be dealing with in these next couple of weeks?
Well, we started with Yemen because it's really a catastrophe where innocent civilians are being killed. There are legitimate concerns by Saudi Arabia against the rebels who are backed by Iran, but that's no excuse for allowing willy-nilly these bombs to drop and kill innocent civilians, children in school buses and things like that. And I think the United States can't just turn a blind eye and say, if it's with our weapons that people are dying, that we really have nothing to do with it. So I thought that Yemen was a good place to start because many people have expressed concern, and I have concern as well. But generally, we want to remind the White House that we are a co-equal branch of government, and that the legislative branch, which we are, is able to check the executive branch, the president, which is the president. And we have ceded, in my opinion, too much power to the chief executive over the course of many years in both parties. And I think it's time to take back some of that power, and we're going to be doing hearings and figuring out strategies and show what we think really ought to be done, because really that's our job. Nancy Pelosi always likes to point out that Article 1 of the Constitution talks about the legislature before the executive is even mentioned. And we have, in the time that I've been in Congress, and it's 30 years now, we have seen the power of the president really grow, because Congress has basically abrogated its responsibility to make the tough decisions. So I want to bring it back to that. I want to make sure the Foreign Affairs Committee is an important vehicle to tackle all these really important policy decisions.
Chairman, I covered the Obama years, and I saw you for many years stake out a seat in that chamber very, very early on. You were like camping out so you could be right on the aisle to shake the hand of President Obama. You're not doing that anymore in the Trump era.
No, I knew that question would come. I just felt that it was time for me to. It was fun while it lasted, but
how long would you stand there to get that seat?
Oh, it varied. It varied. Sometimes it was even 8 hours before or 10 hours before. But I tell you, it wasn't so bad, because you bring your iPhone and all the other things, and you can do more work.
We do a lot of camping out here as well.
Right.
You can get things done.
Met people in the Rayburn room, so it wasn't so bad. And then I had a situation where my constituents were saying to me the only reason they watch it is to see me, and I noticed that they were very happy to see their representative in Congress. So it was a nice thing while it lasted. But life moves on and time moves on, and it's time to move on from that.
Well, Chairman Eliot Engel, Democrat of New York, thank you so much for talking with us. Appreciate your time.
My pleasure. Thanks a lot.
Thanks. So you hear there, Rhonda, a sense of how one committee chair plans to tackle an agenda that he's been chomping at the bit to do for a while, and now he has that opportunity since Democrats control the House.
Right. And I think we just heard word that the President and First Lady have arrived back. The motorcade has arrived back at the White House. So I feel like that sort of concludes this evening. And we see members filtering out, staff filtering out as well, too. Any last moments, that stood out to you?
I think Congressman Engel made a fascinating observation that this speech did have a lot of different personalities in it, and we did hear some ringing moments of American greatness. And of course, President Trump wanted people to take away a message of greatness, which ties very neatly into his "Make America Great Again" philosophy. But the divisive tones that were in there, those jabs, did not go unnoticed, and they did not go unfelt. And you can talk all you want about bipartisanship, but at the end of the day, getting any legislation passed this Congress may be a challenge because of the overall tones that are present here. And you cannot listen to the speech and ignore the Mueller investigation, the investigations that will unfold on behalf of the Democratic House committees. And so I think we're just having to strap in our seatbelts and get ready for this 116th Congress as it gets underway, Rhonda.
I agree wholeheartedly. A lot more news to cover this week. So, yes, this has been a great event to share with you, and I believe we are concluding for the evening. So, thank you for joining us. I'm Rhonda Colvin, and I'm with Libby Casey. Good night.
Thank you so much. Good night.